Just as you ordered.
You've had enough.
I'm honored that a knight such as you takes an interest in me.
Are you Carl by any chance?
I am? Why do you ask?
I've heard that you're bound for the monastery.
Yes, it's true. But I've convinced my faithful guardian, Manfred, to give me a few more days of freedom. Mind you, he won't let me visit the brothel, so instead I'm devoting those days to the demon drink. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
My name is Henry.
Pleased to meet you, Henry.
Let's have a drink.
A man after my own heart. The drink's on me. And will my guardian angel here join us in imbibing? No, he will not. Perish the thought. My dear, dear lad, what a cross I have to bear. You know, after the tavern, we should pay a visit to some whores. But Manfred won't let me. Get rid of him. Good luck to you.
I'm honored that you should come to me.
You're Manfred, the young lord's guardian?
Indeed I am. Why?
You must have a mighty thirst. Waiting here with him for days, just watching him get drunk, and not having a sip yourself.
There's no doubt I'd enjoy a drink. Heaven knows I deserve it. But if I dull my senses in the slightest, that rogue will surely get up to mischief.
So let's drink together. And if you start to feel unwell, I'll keep an eye on him. Like you said, you deserve some fun.
I can see you're a reliable lad. So what shall we have to drink? And while we're at it, why not have a little game?
Good luck.
I can't wait to see how you throw. I hope that's the end of it. How in the name of all that's holy?
All right.
Any chance of a bite to eat?
All right.
Look out!
Manfred's taken care of, just as you wanted.
Thank God. He won't let me out of his sight for a second, and he's itching to get me in the monastery so he can head back home.
Why are you being sent to the monastery?
Like every lusty young lad, I'm fond of fair maidens, but I got too fond of one, and let's just say she was, indisposed for 9 months.
But they don't send you to the monastery for that.
They do, when it's the daughter of the Lord of your feet.
Shit.
Shit is putting it mildly. The Lord of Bukovo was less than pleased. He knows he'll never marry off his daughter now, so he gave father a choice. Either pay him 1,000 groschen in compensation, along with my balls on a silver platter, or pay 1,000 groschen and put me away somewhere no one will ever see me again.
Why does your guardian never leave your side?
So I don't run away. Of course, I'm free to walk around, but he watches every step I take and won't stop until I'm behind the monastery walls.
Well, he's not watching you now.
What good is that to me when he has all the money, and even my saddle and riding cloak under lock and key?
Why don't you just run away?
Bare arsed. What the hell would I do? I don't know how to work, I have no money, and that old bastard's even taken my cloak. He has me in the palm of his hand.
But there are poor people everywhere and they get by somehow.
If I have to choose between hunger and poverty on one hand and the monastic life on the other, I'm afraid the monastery wins. If I could only steal that old man's pouch, I'd be gone faster than lightning and no one would ever see me again.
What if I entered the monastery instead of you?
What? Voluntarily? You don't look like someone who'd want to spend the rest of his days on his knees praying. Well, that's your problem. You could only enter the monastery if you know how to read and write, and if you have a special writ from the abbot. That's a letter confirming they know who you are and that they've accepted you.
So you give me your writ? I'll just tell them I'm you.
Manfred has the writ. You'd have to take it from him, but he only puts it down when he sleeps.
So I'll steal it and then you can disappear.
Disappear? Bare arsed. What the hell would I do? I don't know how to work, I have no money, and that old bastard's even taken my cloak. He has me in the palm of his hand.
But there are poor people everywhere and they get by somehow.
If I have to choose between hunger and poverty on one hand and the monastic life on the other, I'm afraid the monastery wins. If I could only steal that old man's pouch, I'd be gone faster than lightning and no one would ever see me again.
That's all then.
God be with you.
Here, enjoy it.
I've got what you need.
Excellent. Give me the purse. You can do as you like with the writ.
Here you are.
Good luck, no matter what you plan on doing with those monks. Best be on your way now before Manfred finds out that he's been robbed.
And what are you going to do?
Get my things together and disappear. I want to be as far away as possible before that old man even knows I'm gone. God be with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Carl. I'm supposed to enter as a novice.
We expected you sooner. Weren't you supposed to come here with your guardian? It's been so hectic lately, people will keep turning up out of the blue.
He gave me the papers and left me at the gate. You must be used to that, though. I'm not the first novice here, am I?
But that wasn't very considerate of him, was it? It's been so hectic here lately, novices arriving one after the other. The last one didn't even have a letter, and you'd think his backside was on fire, the way he kept looking over his shoulder.
You took him without the letter? You didn't find that suspicious?
My guess is he wanted to hide from someone, but he's a priest and knows how things work in the monastery, so there was nothing to prevent him from being accepted, at least temporarily. You're a different case, though. Are you able to read?
Naturally. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
So then, are you ready to enter the Order of Saint Benedict and renounce forever the temptations of this world?
I am.
Then you must rid yourself of all your worldly possessions. Sell them or give them to the poor and needy or donate them to the monastery. You may not enter this place burdened by worldly goods. Inside the gatehouse is a trunk in which you will find monk's robes. Put away all your possessions and dress yourself in the habit. Then you may rest a while I go and see the prior to arrange matters for your acceptance. Good luck to you.
Strange feeling being without all of that. I didn't realise how much I'd grown used to it.
Everything's prepared. It's time for you to take your vows.
Do I really have to wear this?
You'd better get used to it. You'll be wearing it for the rest of your life.
Brothers in Christ, we have gathered here today to welcome a new novice into our midst. Dear brother, forget your former life and embrace your new vocation in the community of the monks of St. Benedict. Opus Dei, obedientia, obprobria, the service of God, obedience, and endurance of all discomfort. These are the cornerstones and succor of our order, which on this day shall become your own. Suscipe me, Domine, secundum eloquium tuum et vivam, et non confundas me ab expectatione mea.
Suscipe me, Domine, secundum in loquium tuum vivam, et non confundas me ab expectatione mea.
Accept your new name, Brother Gregor, and wear it with honor. Welcome, brother.
Welcome, brother. I am Antonius, a novice like you. I've been instructed to guide you around the monastery and tell you what you can expect and what your duties will be.
Thanks for helping me out during the ceremony. I had no idea what I was supposed to do.
You don't know Latin, do you? Don't worry. Work in the scriptorium will teach you fast enough. Why exactly are you here? Was it your choice? Or did someone force you to come?
It was my choice. For a common lad like me, it's the easiest way to get an education and do something worthwhile with my life.
It looks like we're both here for the same reason. I think we'll get along.
Would you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a novice and I'm here because I'd make a poor merchant. I like books and I want an education. Although I must say, so far the monastic life's been quite unexpected.
Let's go then.
Good. But before we do, here's a letter directly from the prior telling you all your regular duties from tomorrow onwards. Make sure to read it this evening, so you know how things work. Right, we can go now. Follow me closely. I'll explain everything as we go. Remember one word: discipline. It's your job to work and pray. You serve the Lord now, not your own bodily needs. This is the way to the dormitory, where we all sleep. You'll find a free bed there, which is now yours. Do you know the first thing the
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Who's in charge of things around here?
Truthfully, everyone except us. But officially, Abbot Peter. And soon enough, someone else. As if it mattered. Our life will still be work and prayer.
I see. Are there any rifts between the brothers?
Yes. From the moment talk began about electing a new abbot, it's been like a hornet's nest here. Strange you haven't noticed.
Tell me something about electing the abbot.
Abbot Peter is old. When he dies, they'll have to select a new abbot from amongst the brethren. The candidates are John and Nevlas. And if you ask me for my opinion, Nevlas is definitely the right man. Unfortunately, no one cares about my opinion because novices get no say.
Tell me something about life here.
Work, prayer, as if you didn't know. We serve God, and that's the central truth of our lives.
What are the roles of the various monks here?
Someone takes care of the library, someone else the garden. The abbot supervises everyone, and in his absence, the prior. But it's the circators you should worry about. They're the brothers who'll make sure we observe the rule. They can be quite strict, so if you want to avoid getting punished, always act righteously and do your duties honestly.
Who's in charge of things around here?
Truthfully, everyone except us. But officially, Abbot Peter. And soon enough, someone else. As if it mattered. Our life will still be work and prayer.
Are there already candidates to be the new abbot?
Brothers John and Nevlas. But the others have been fighting like dogs because of them. We don't have to fight about anything, though.
This John, who is he?
A circator, and really just an unpleasant old man. It's mostly the older brothers on his side, because they believe he'll protect the status quo and all the benefits that come with long service here.
Tell me something about Nevlas.
Nevlas manages the monastery's property. He's what they call the provost. He'd like to bring back solemnity to the monastery through reform and by returning to pure faith. A lovely idea, but most of the monks are against it.
Why can't novices vote?
They say we don't have enough experience to decide about anything. Don't worry, we'll get our chance.
Why is who wins so important?
We're young and we'll spend the rest of our lives here. And the abbot decides everything about our lives. Didn't it ever occur to you how powerful he is?
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like it's been ripped out of a book.
The words mean nothing to me. Ask in the library.
Who would you choose as the new abbot if you could?
Why should I even think about that when I don't have the right to vote? Gregor, don't go poking your nose into other people's business. You'll sleep better at night. This is the garden, a place for silent contemplation and meditation. Centuries ago, this monastery was founded by the most esteemed of brothers, Saint Procopius. His earthly remains can be found in a cave under the monastery, and his spirit wanders the corridors at night, punishing any misbehaving novices. So beware. Here are the frattery and scriptorium, together with the library. These are the places where we work. Ora et labora. Pray and work. As a novice, you must always listen to your superior brethren, and above us monks are the prior and the circators, who punish every infraction. You'll know them by the canes they carry. Do what they say. Come now, I don't want to still be showing you around at midnight. This is the refectory, where we come together to eat. During meals, you must be silent. Only one brother reads aloud from the Rule of Saint Benedict.
The rule is the only law we recognize, with the exception of those from God himself. If you break any of its precepts... You about the circuitous? The light.
And that's all. Today you are still free from duty, but tomorrow you begin work like the others. If you need anything, ask any of the brothers. We'll be glad to help you. And I recommend you get to know the other novices. You already know me. Then there is Siskin, Yodok, and Lucas.
Thanks for showing me around. There's a lot to learn here. I need to make a confession.
I'm no priest, but tell me what you've done. It's probably nothing to worry about.
I'm here in the monastery looking for a thief. He had a hand in burning down the Neuhof stud.
You don't say. And who are you to take such an interest?
That's not important.
Why are you telling me this anyway? What do you want from me?
Perhaps you could help me find him?
The missing thief? If I knew anything, I'd tell you, but I suppose it must be one of the novices. I've only recently heard about the Neuhof incident, and all the other brethren have been here much longer than that.
I know. Aside from me, there are only 4 novices, but still I don't know which one he could be.
3? Please, leave me out of it. And you're right that it could be any one of them. No one knows anything about Lucas. Siskin might be a lot of things, but a monk isn't one of them. And Yodok is a slimy worm. It wouldn't surprise me if he was behind that massacre. Actually, the more I think about it, the less I like that Yodok. He's a treacherous rat who'd do anything to get in someone's good books. The thought of Yodok at Neuhof sends chills up my spine.
Maybe you're right. It's not a pretty thought. Thanks for your help, and please don't say a word to anyone.
Don't fret, my friend. Your secrets are locked inside my lips.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
There's not much to tell. I lived in Vlashim, and after my father died, I found out I wasn't much of a merchant. So I left the shop to my brother, and decided to become a monk. It's peaceful here. There's food and lots of time to read.
So you chose to come here?
It may seem strange, but I'm one of the few novices that did. I might be the only one. The truth is, the idea of spending my life in a monastery was more appealing than being cooped up in a greasy old shop.
I'd like to ask you something. Well, that's all.
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
Is it possible to learn something about the other novices in the library?
Only the abbot and the prior keep such records.
And can I see them?
No. The abbot writes and keeps his records in his chambers, and only he and the prior are permitted to read them.
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like it's been ripped out of a book. Do you know what it is?
It appears to be a page torn out of Ovid.
Ovid? What is that? Is it the name of a book?
Not what, but who. Ovid was a great Roman poet. We have a few volumes by him in the library, but one of them vanished one day. Now I believe I can guess what happened. Brother Eustace, may the earth rest lightly on him, was quite narrow-minded when it came to classical literature. If a book had any mention of woman at all, he condemned it as a heretical work. If he'd had his way, all such books would have been burned. Ovid's The Art of Love must have been such a thorn in his side that he stole it from the library, tore it up, and hid the pages wherever he could.
Oh, would you like me to put the book back together again?
Absolutely. Eustace's wits weren't the sharpest, so I'm sure he didn't destroy any of the pages. I imagine he hid them throughout the monastery. It might take you a while to find them all, but when you do, you can rest assured Ovid will return to his rightful place in the library.
Good. I'll look around for it.
Thank you, brother. It's of no great importance, but if you can find all 10 pages, I'll be most grateful.
Where should I look?
If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you to do it. The pages of the book could be hidden anywhere, from the garden to the refectory.
Can you tell me something about the book?
The Art of Love is a sort of manual instructing young people how to find and maintain love. It's a lovely work. I don't understand what bothered Eustace so much about it, but as I was saying, he considered the book to be immoral and tore it up to stop it corrupting any of his brothers.
I found a few pages of the torn-up book, but I still don't have them all.
Wonderful. Keep looking, then. I'm sure you can find the rest.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Who's in charge of things around here?
Abbot Peter is the administrator of the monastery. But
And what happens when the old...
then we elect
Tell me something about life here.
prayer, work, obedience. That just about sums it up.
Can you tell me something about...
7 centuries ago, Saint Benedict of Nursia wrote a collection of monastic rules, which we still follow today. They're read at every meal. The fundamental precepts are obedience, work, and prayer. We're fully devoted to serving God. The outside world, beyond the monastery walls, is foreign to us.
Do you never want to know what's going on out there?
And what should be going on? The sky is just as blue, and the grass is just as green. Perhaps the rulers change, but the greatest ruler of them all will remain unchanged through the ages.
I'm interested in the monastery's history.
It was founded by Saint Procopius 500 years ago. After his death, heretics occupied the place for...
Heretics, you say?
They wanted to worship God with some foreign rituals, in a language foreign to God. They were driven away and their...
What are the roles of the various monks here?
Well, the abbot is the head. But he's not here now. Then, as a novice, you should be particularly mindful of the Circators. They're the ones who maintain discipline and punish bad behavior.
What can you tell me about the novices here?
What can I say? You're here to demonstrate your devotion to God and to live a monastic life. After a year, you can make your vows and become a fully fledged brother.
I meant something specific about the brothers that are here.
But you know them yourself. Yorick is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager. Perhaps too eager. Siskin is good company, but a bit too worldly for a monk. Antonius is hard-working and will help with anything, but prays less than he ought. Lucas is as quiet as a mouse, and no one knows much about him. And then we have you, about who I know nothing.
Can you leave?
Where would you go? You have everything you need here. Anyway, all the doors here are closed.
Listen, brother, is there anyone in the monastery who can help me?
Supposing, of course, just hypothetically, you wanted to get something like that, I'd turn to Brother Salarius. They say he used to be a burglar. But you didn't hear it from me.
What is it, brother? What do you desire?
I'd like to ask... Are there ever any
Unfortunately, yes. The biggest...
Tell me something about...
The old abbot is practically on his deathbed. There are two candidates. Half the monastery wants John, the other half, Nevlas.
I'd like to know about
Nevlas manages the monastery's property. He doesn't have the most... Although perhaps he's too keen to change our routines here, which many...
Tell me about John.
John is a Circator and the oldest brother here. It would be only natural if he took the crosier from Peter. He has experience, merit.
Why does it matter?
Because the future direction of the monastery hangs in... The older brothers take a different view.
I thought politics...
You're right. But...
Are there ever any disagreements?
Unfortunately, yes. The biggest quarrels right now are...
I understand. Who would you like to...
John, definitely. Now, compared to him, Nevlas is young and inexperienced.
I'm Gregor and I'm new here.
I know. I saw you in the church during ceremony. I have the feeling we'll be meeting again soon, and often. You see, I'm the Circator.
What does that mean?
I make sure everyone observes the rule, does their work, and that everything's the way it should be.
When it's not the way it should be?
Then we're authorized to mete out punishment. But certainly you won't require correction, will you, brother?
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Are there ever any disagreements between the brothers?
Unfortunately, yes. The biggest quarrels right now are about the...
I understand. Who would you like to be the new abbot?
Brother John, obviously. No one's interested in Nevlas and his new ideas.
What can you tell me?
What can I say?
I meant something specific about the...
But you know them yourself. Yorick is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager. Perhaps too eager. Siskin is good company, but a bit too worldly for a monk. Antonius is hard-working and will help with anything, but prays less than he ought. Lucas is as quiet as a mouse, and no one knows much about him. And then we have you, about who I know nothing.
Can you...
Where would you go?
Talk to me, brother.
I'd like to ask you... Who would you like to be the new abbot?
Brother Nevlas, there are many things wrong here, and John would leave them as they are.
What can you tell me about the novices?
What can I say? You're here to demonstrate your devotion to God and to live a monastic life.
I meant something specific about the brothers that are here.
But you know them yourself. Yodok is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager. Perhaps too eager. Antonius is hard-working and will help.
Gregor.
I'd like to ask you... Who would you like to be?
John, definitely. Compared to him, Nevlas...
What can you tell me about the...
What can I say? You're here to demonstrate your devotion to God and to...
I meant something specific about...
But you know them yourself. Antonius...
Are there ever any
Unfortunately, yes. The biggest quarrels right now are about the election of the new abbot.
I understand. Forbidden books.
Don't even look at that cabinet. It contains forbidden books. Praise be to Christ.
I'm Gregor, a novice.
I know. But I've no time for idle chat. I transcribe books from dawn till dusk. I've been doing it for years, and I'll be doing it till the day I die.
What, you do nothing else?
It is my penance and my blessing. And now, brother, if you don't mind, I'd like to get this page finished. What is it, brother?
I'd like to ask...
Can't you see I'm working? Forget about them. Oh, you're interested in what's inside? Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them. Brother, this isn't a place for you.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Well, probably the same as you. I want to be able to read in peace and quiet. And not just the books they make us read.
What exactly do you read here?
Well, I'd be interested to find the unofficial biography of Saint Procopius, but there probably is no such thing. To be honest, I was expecting some entertaining reading, but it's just the same old stuffy nonsense. But if that locked cabinet there with all the forbidden books was open, that would be a different story. Until recently it was still unlocked, but after something vanished, they've kept it locked tight.
Maybe I could get inside.
Oh, that would be wonderful. I'd love to pore over some of those tomes. We'd be in it together, up to our ears in it. What do you say?
We'll see what I can do.
God be with you.
My name's Gregor, a novice.
You can call me Siskin. Now, are you here of your own free will, or is this a punishment?
Oh, did you say purgatory?
You'll see soon enough.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
Look, nothing against you, but I prefer not to talk about my past.
Are you hiding something? Why are you so reluctant to tell me anything about yourself?
I'm hiding a lousy past that I'd rather forget. I hate to think of all I lost when they stuck me in here. And also because I really hate the question, aren't you the son of the famed Sir Smil Flashka of Pardubitz? I was rich and I had everything. But then my father began to feel his time approaching, so he decided to send a son to the monastery. And, being the youngest, the lot fell on me. I've no head for managing the estate, and they said I'd squander it. Can you imagine? Me in a monastery. So I took what coin I could from home with me, so I didn't lose out completely.
But you didn't have to come here if you didn't want to.
No, not if I didn't mind being left to beg alms by the city gate. I had one choice, the monastery or nothing. If it had come to that after my father's death, so be it. But to get rid of me while he's still alive...
They must have realized you robbed them.
I donated some of the silver to the monastery when I came in, just to piss them off. I can just see my my siblings, arguing with the abbot to give it back.
And you stashed away the remainder?
Indeed so.
What's your plan with this treasure?
To get out of here as soon as I can. I'll wait another year or two until my hot-headed brothers cool off a bit, and then I'll take the silver and run off somewhere, far, far away from here.
That's all I wanted.
Please, keep it to yourself, especially the part about the coin.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
Look, nothing against you, but I prefer not to talk about my past.
Very well.
Thank you.
I'm still curious about this treasure trove of yours.
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. I mean, at other times I don't get to read what I like. And I keep it under the slab so the others don't find it.
I'll leave you be. Don't worry, I won't follow you again.
Thank you. And please, Gregor, don't mention it to anyone.
There's something I should tell you. Something you won't be happy to hear. I'm here to find someone and, to do away with him. But listen, it's not murder. Not when it's a man like him. He's one of the brigands who burned down Neuhof. He doesn't deserve to live.
What's he doing here? And who are you?
They call him pious because he used to be a priest. When he found out a lot of people were after him, he hid away here. And as you can see, escaped suspicion. They sent me here to find him and bring him to justice. He's one of the novices.
So we have one outlaw and one assassin in our midst. This place is a lot more exciting than I expected. Do you know who it is?
Well, that's just it. No, but I hope I'll track him down soon. If you find any clue that could lead me to him...
I swear I don't know anything. Except that I'm not the one you're looking for.
It could be you.
What on earth makes you think that? My being unfit for holy orders doesn't make me a former assassin.
True enough. It could be Antonius?
Antonius? He's a fine fellow. No, it can't be him. Although, you never know what's hiding beneath a man's skin.
See how hard it is? It could be anyone, and at the same time, nobody in particular. I won't tell you more, and I'd like you to keep silent about this too.
You're talking about killing in the monastery. I really should report it.
Would you do that? I have a feeling you wouldn't.
You're right. I'll keep it to myself. I've got problems enough of my own without involving myself in yours. And besides, I mean to be gone from here within a year, so why should I care what happens with the monastery?
Thank you, Siskin. I appreciate it. How is it that you don't get any penance for missing morning prayers?
I've paid off the circators to turn a blind eye. And the other monks don't notice as long as you show your face there from time to time. No one's too awake at that time of the morning.
Who would you elect, Abbot, if you could?
Most likely Nevlas. He's a fine fellow and he seems honest. But, truth be told, it doesn't matter much to me. A monastery will still be a monastery, no matter who's in charge. If you really want to talk more about it, ask Antonius. He seems to have taken an interest.
I'd be interested to hear what you think about the other novices. Tell me about Antonius.
Oh, if there was a monk I'd recommend as a friend, with of course the exception of myself, it would be Antonius. He has a calm soul, he's easy to talk to, and you can always rely on him.
That's all.
Praise be to our Lord Jesus. What are you doing outside at night? You should be sleeping, not scaring people.
What is it, brother?
I'm looking for something a little,
And what would that...
I'm looking for lockpicks.
Lockpicks?
I'd like to practice opening locks, just for the fun of it.
Well, why not? So you heard I used to be a burglar, did you? I put it all behind me as soon as I took the vows. But I do have a few lockpicks left. I'll trade them for food. Get me a bite to eat, and you can have your lockpicks. Can't say fairer than that, can I? Brother, this isn't a place for you.
What do you want, brother? You shouldn't be here.
What do you say? We're at Mac.
Brother? You were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't you know your place? Don't...
Very well, brother.
Now, show me what you have on you. I must confiscate any...
While I was locked up, someone was making quite a racket in the cellar. Blind drunk, I'm sure of it. I wonder what's been going on.
Salve Domine.
Praise be to Christ.
I'd be interested...
What can you tell me about Siskin?
That there's no man alive less suitable for the monastic life than him.
You don't know young Lord Capon.
I've heard things. Siskin must have been like him. Fighting, drinking, fornicating.
Why is he in the monastery?
No one knows. Maybe he's hiding from something. Or maybe he's being punished.
Do you think he has a secret?
Don't we all? But unlike the others, he absolutely...
Why is he in the
No one knows.
That's all. That's all.
Apage Saturnus. Mother of God, what are you doing, you wretch?
Brother, stealing is a sin. You should know that as a Christian, and certainly as a monk.
I've had enough of this.
You dare resist punishment? Let me...
Yes, brother.
You failed to complete your trial.
Welcome, brother. I am Antonius, a novice like...
Thanks for helping me out.
You don't know Latin.
Would you tell me? Let's go then.
Good, but make sure to read it this evening, so you know... Follow me closely. Remember one word: discipline. It's your job to work and pray. You serve the Lord now, not your own bodily needs.
It occurs.
Lockpicks? You surprise me, brother. And you, a nobleman's son.
I'd like to ask... Who... Tell me... What... Who would...
Someone really reeked at Matins. You're right. It stunk like a wine barrel in there. And it's not the first time. The corridor at night. It's a mystery. One that'll be soon solved. It's a wonder the prior doesn't check him breath in the morning. Then he'd soon get his man.
Who's in charge?
Truthfully, everyone except us.
Are there already
Brothers John and Nevelas.
This... Tell me... Why can't
they...
What? Well, that's all.
Centuries ago, this monastery was founded by the most esteemed of brothers, Saint Procopius. His earthly remains can be found in a cave under the monastery, and his spirit wanders the corridors at night, punishing those Here are the fratch. This is the refect. The library, the pride of our monastery, a trove of learning. We don't just read books here, we also copy them. You too will learn how. And that's all. Today you are still free from duty, but tomorrow you begin work like the others. If you need anything, ask any of the brothers. We'll be glad to help you. And I recommend you...
Thanks for showing me around.
Will you tell me something?
There's not much to tell. I lived in Vlashim, and after my father died, I found out I wasn't It's peaceful here. There's food.
So you chose to come here?
It may seem strange, but I'm one of the few novices that did. I might be... I'm no priest.
I'm here in the monastery looking for a thief. He had a hand in burn...
You don't say. And who are you to...
Someone whose job it is to investigate the case, find the perpetrators and make sure they get the punishment they deserve.
Punishment? Do you intend to punish them here, in the monastery?
I don't know yet. I'm still just on their trail. Perhaps you could help me find him?
The missing thief? If I knew anything, I'd tell you, but I suppose it must be one of the novices. I've only recently heard about the Neuhof incident, and all the other brethren have been here much longer than that.
I know. Aside from me, there are only 4 novices. But
3? Please, leave me. No one knows anything about Lukas. Siskin might be a lot of things, but a monk isn't one of them. And Yodok is a Actually, the more I think about it, the less I like that Yodok. He's a treacherous rat who'd do anything to...
I don't think it was him. But please, don't...
Don't fret, my friend.
Praise be to Christ.
I'm looking for...
And what?
I'm looking for
Lock? Pick? What is it, brother?
Brother, I've a favour to ask.
I see. So it's the...
Well, yes.
That won't be easy, I can tell you that straight off.
How can I get hold of them?
With great difficulty.
Is there any...
The door out of the monastery is like any other. Only the lock's more complicated than most. But
There's something else up.
Brother, remember the vows you made.
I'd like to ask you... Are there ever...
Unfortunately, yes.
Tell me something about...
The old abbot is practically on his deathbed. There are 2 candidates.
Tell me about...
John is a circator, and the oldest brother here.
I'd like to know about
Nevlas manages the monastery's... Although perhaps he's...
What?
The...
I'd like to ask... You have some interesting skills for a monk.
What's there to tell? We were all young and foolish once. I was a student in Prague, completely broke, living from hand to...
So you turned to stealing?
I set about securing a livelihood as best... Without that little bit extra, I'd never have completed my studies.
No one, brother. Thank you.
What do you desire?
What are the roles of the various...
Well, the abbot is the head, but he's not here now. As a novice, you should be particularly mindful of the circators. They're the one...
What can you tell me about the novice?
What can I say? You're here to demonstrate your devotion to God.
I meant something specific about the brothers that...
But you know them yourself. Yodok is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager. Antonius is hard-working and will help with anything.
Are there ever any...
Unfortunately, yes. The biggest quarrels right now are about the election of the new abbot.
I understand.
Tell me, prayer, work? Who would you like?
Brother Nevlas, there are many things wrong here, and
What troubles you?
I'd like to ask... What can you tell...
What can I say?
I meant something specific.
But you know them yourself.
I'd like to ask you... Who would you like?
The old abbot isn't dead yet. It's too early to talk about elections.
Talk to me, brother.
I'd like... What can you tell me about the novice?
What can I say? You're here...
I meant something specific.
But you know them yourself. Yodok is an odd one, but Antonius is hard.
Who would you like to be the...
What kind of question is that? John, of course. Nevlus isn't the kind of candidate... Unfortunately, yeah.
I understand.
What would you like?
I'd like to ask you... What are the roles?
Someone takes care of the library, but it's the circators you should worry about. They can be quite...
Are they...
Yes. From the moment talk began about
Tell me something about...
Abbot Peter is old. When he dies, they'll have to select a new abbot from amongst the brethren.
Well, that's...
I've read one of the manuscripts.
Praise be to Christ, brother.
I think I'm going to cry.
It's that touching, is it?
What can you tell me?
What can I say? You're here.
I meant something specific.
But you know them yourself.
Young people have
Antonio.
no respect for writing these days.
Who would you like?
John, definitely.
But they'll learn. We were no different.
Peace be with you, brother.
I'm Gregor and
I know. I saw you in the church during the ceremony.
What does that mean?
I make sure everyone observes the rule.
When it's not the way it should...
Then we're authorized to mete out punishment.
About you in the...
Ask me anything.
Tell me something about...
Nevlus is weak and toothless. He's full of hot hair. How anyone...
I'd like to know what's going on here.
Well, the young brothers feel they don't have the same rights and responsibilities as we. Nevlus is lying when he says he wants to right wrongs. All he cares about are benefits for him.
I'd like to help you if I can.
I'm convinced Nevlus must have done something that would greatly damage him if everyone found out. If he was preaching water and drinking wine, for example...
So, I should dig something up on him and tell you about it?
Exactly. But I doubt you'll have any luck. Nevlus is too cunning and careful to give anything away.
Once I find something out, I'll tell you. Thank you for answering. I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. What are the roles of the...
Well, the abbot is the head. As a novice, you should be particular.
What can you tell me about...
What can I say? You're here to demonstrate.
I meant something specific about the...
But you know them yourself. Antonius is hard.
My name's Gregor, a novice.
You can call me Siskin. Are you here of your own free will, or is this a punishment?
Did you say purgatory?
You'll see soon enough.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
Look, nothing against you, but I prefer not to talk.
Are you hiding?
I'm hiding alone. I hate to think of all I lost when... And also because I really hate the question... I was rich and I had everything. But then my father began to feel his time. I've no head for managing the estate, and they said I'd squander it. Can you imagine?
But you didn't have to come here if you didn't want to.
No, not if I didn't mind being left to beg alms by the city gate. I had one choice, the monastery or nothing. If it had come to that after my father...
They must have realized you robbed them. And you stashed away the remainder.
Indeed so.
What's your plan?
To get out of here as soon as I can.
That's all I wanted.
Please, keep...
I'm still curious.
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. I mean, at other times I don't get to read what I like. And I keep it under the slab so the others don't find it.
Actually... I'd be interested to hear... Tell me about Antonius.
Oh, if there was a monk I'd recommend as a friend, with, of course, the exception of myself, it would be Antonius. He has a calm soul.
That's all. Who would you...
Most likely Nevlas. He's a fine fellow, and he seems... A monastery will still be a monastery, no matter who's in charge. If you really want...
What is it?
Is it possible?
Only the abbot and...
And can I see them?
No. The abbot writes and...
Oh.
Not what? If he'd had his...
Good. Can you... Where should I look?
If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you to do it. The pages of the book...
I found a few...
Wonderful. Keep...
I'd like to ask... What can you tell me...
What can I say?
I meant something...
But you know them yourself. Yorick is an odd one. Antonius is hard-working and will help with anything, but prays less than he ought. Lucas...
These novices. I'd pull those idlers by the ears.
What have they done to you this time, brother?
They're shirking their responsibilities, leaving us, their superiors, to chase around after them, finishing what they don't.
Did you have to finish someone's weeding in the garden again?
Yet again. I've had enough of it.
I'm telling you, someone's been creeping around in the corridor at night. What am I saying, creeping? He was stomping about like a bear. That must have been rather difficult. He can't sleep and prays long into the night. tea. I want to sleep.
I'm Gregor.
I know. I saw you at the ceremony. My name is Nebulus, and I'm the
That means you get to leave the monastery?
No, not at all. I just write
Tell me about yourself.
I'm the provost of this monastery. It's my job to ensure the monks... But in reality, I spend all my time making sure my brother's gluttony and
Is there anything I could help?
You know, there is. Perhaps you've heard that. I'm interested in medicine, and I know there's a cure for the abbot's ailment. With your help, I could find out the details and together...
You can count on my help. What do you need?
In order to get the recipe for this medicament, a few rules will need to be broken. Now, you know, I, however, think if God sent us not just illnesses, but also the medicine to cure them, then it's our duty to The cure for Abbot Peter's illness could be contained in one of the books in our library, but it will certainly be amongst the Libri Prohibiti, the forbidden books.
Why are they forbidden?
Because they contain occult and demonic practices. Witchcraft. It's nonsense, of course. This is nothing but a book. Ibn Sina, also known as Avicenna, is universally acknowledged to be a wise man. But here, at some point, someone decided his book is the work of a Saracen devil and must be...
Where can I find it?
In the library, there's a large cabinet with a lock on it. The forbidden books are inside. You'll easily recognize... No one will notice if one book disappears, but if more were to vanish, someone would certainly...
Is there anything you can tell?
There's a key to the cabinet in the prior's chambers. The librarian should have another one, or you can acquire some lockpicks. But I can't tell you where or how. Perhaps Brother Celeste...
I'm ready.
One more important thing. There's always someone in the library during the day. To pass unwatched. They say Brother Celarius understands locks, but don't tell him why you need it. Once you have the book, we'll soon have the election of the abbot.
Here's the book you wanted.
Amazing. This really is it. Now I can use it to prepare a cure for our suffering abbot. Then I'll leave it in the library to make it seem as if Brother Librarian left it lying about. There'll be no investigation. It would be against his best interests, as he'll look like the one who wasn't taking proper care of the books. It will drive him mad. I didn't leave that book out, or did I? Is there anything I can do for you in return?
I'd be interested in finding out the background of the other novices.
That's a strange wish you have. And the only ones who know everything about the novices are the abbot and the prior. They keep a record of every monk in the abbot's book, but you'll never get your hands on it. It's locked up in the prior's study.
Thanks.
No, thank you. About that book. Don't even think about breaking in to get it.
Is there any way I could help you get elected? Somehow tip the scales in your favour?
What would you like to do? Climb up the tower and shout, "Vote for Nevlis, vote for Nevlis"?
Not exactly. You do have an opponent.
John isn't my opponent, he's my brother. Just like you and everyone else here. We're all... But there is something you could help me with. You must know there's a great deal of iniquity.
Should I find out for you what's going on around?
Let me make this clear. I want to base my candidacy on putting things in order. But if I don't know exactly what's wrong...
Very good then. I'll find out what I can.
Thank you, brother.
What do you want me to find?
I'd be interested to hear about any iniquity in the monastery.
I'd like to ask you, what can you tell me about the...
What can I say?
I meant something specific.
But you know them yourself. Yodok is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager. Antonius is hard-working and...
I'm interested...
You're not alone. Everyone's so worked up about...
Why? What's wrong with it now?
Many brothers think more about their stomachs than prayer. The older brethren bend the rules of the order to make them fit their interests. So...
What sins are you talking?
The scripture says, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." I'm sorry, Gregor, it's not my place to speak about the sins of others.
Tell me something about how the new abbot will be elected.
A new abbot has to be elected once the old one dies. All the brethren can vote, with the exception of novices. When he becomes abbot, a monk spends most of his time dealing with politics outside the monastery.
I'd be interested to know more about...
I don't like to speak ill of people, but Circuitor John is the worst person the monks could pick to represent them. He's nothing but an old schemer and pet. He's won the older brethren over because they know he won't call an end to their debauchery.
Why do you want to become...
Because when I see the way things are headed around here, I have no other option. I'd like to change things and bring back meaning and esteem to...
That's all.
Peace be with you.
Ah, this looks like the Saracen language. That's who I'm looking for. Avicina.
God be with you.
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
Will you tell me something?
There's not much to tell. I lived in Vlashim, and after my father died, I found out I wasn't much of a merchant. It's peaceful here.
So you chose to come here?
It may seem strange, but I'm one of the few novices that did. I might be the only one. The truth is, the idea of spending my life...
I'd be interested to hear what... What can you tell me about Siskin?
That there's no man alive less suitable for the...
You don't know young Lord Capon.
I've heard things. Siskin must have been like him. Fighting, drinking, fornicating. But then he ended up in here.
Why is he in the monastery?
No one knows. Maybe he's hiding from something. Or maybe he's being punished.
Do you think he has a secret?
Don't we all? But unlike the others, he absolutely refuses to speak about his life before the monastery.
That's all I wanted to... That's all.
Not now, brother. After...
Can't you see? We're at my...
What would you like?
I'd like... Who would you like to...
John, there's no other candidate. Nevertheless just babbles on and on.
What can you...
What can I say?
I meant something...
But you know them yourself. Yorick is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager. Antonius is hardworking and will help with anything. But praise...
What troubles you?
I'm still curious.
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. I mean, at other times I don't get to read what I like. And I keep it under the slab so the others don't find it.
What kind of a book is it?
I found it here in the library. It was on a shelf where it should never have been. So I hid it to read later. It's the Necronomicon. Ghosts, demons, and invocations of powers beyond our world. Only it's written in a strange language that I can't really make sense of. All bara this and who knows what it means? I tried to count the syllables, read the words.
Oh, I'm not too sure what the prior or the cicada would say about a book like that.
Ah, prejudice. But you're right, it is prohibited.
If it wasn't harmful, it wouldn't be forbidden?
That's a rather limited view of the world. Some write about the saints, others about demons. And just please don't tell anyone about the book. If the brothers learn that I took it from the library and hid it, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Our brothers' minds are closed to a thirst for knowledge.
Actually, I'd be interested. That's all.
Brethren should be assigned a task or craft of such a nature as to keep them from idleness and at the same time
Greetings, brother. I'm Gregor, and I'm new here.
Greetings to you, brother. I'm Yodok, the oldest of the novices. I hope you'll like it.
Trouble?
You're young, perhaps intemperate. You might easily stray from the rules of the order. I suggest you get to know the older monks. You never know when it might come in handy.
I'm interested in the other novices. What can you tell me about Siskin?
Oh, he's always got a smile on the new friend. But I reckon he don't belong in the monastery. He spends more time dreaming of the world outside than tending to his duties. I'm surprised he hasn't been thrown out already. If it was up to me, he'd be out on his ear right away.
Sounds like you don't have much time for him.
I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Believe me, Gregor, he's hiding something from us. In fact, now I come to think of it, I haven't seen him at morning prayers for a while.
Do you know anything about Antonius?
Only that he came to the monastery voluntarily, because he didn't want to work in his father's shop. Antonius is all right. You can rely on him. He won't betray a confidence. He's always happy to help, which is more than can be said for the other brothers.
What can you tell me about Siskin?
Oh, he's always got a smile on the new friend. But I reckon I'm surprised he hasn't been thrown out already.
Expounding the Lord's commandments in words to the intelligent among his disciples, but demonstrating the divine precepts by his actions for those of harder heart.
Who would you vote?
Why do you care? We don't have the right to...
I'm just interested, that's...
I like John better. But like I've said, it's not our place to get involved. It's enough that Antonius is mixed up in it. Don't you start too.
I'm interested in the other novices.
One whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but, since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as they begin to appear. Remembering the fate of Heli, the priest of the Messiah.
I'm Gregor, a novice.
I know. It was hard.
And you are?
Lucas, also a novice. Don't get upset, but I don't want to talk to you. I'm happiest alone.
I'd like to know something about the other novices.
I don't know much, but ask away.
What can you tell me about Siskin?
Not a lot. I don't know him. Actually, I don't know much about him at all, except that he's not a stickler for rules.
Do you know anything about Yodok?
I don't. He doesn't like me, and he's on very friendly terms with the Circators. That's about it.
Tell me about Antonius.
I'd like to, but there's nothing to tell. I've never spoken to him. I've never asked about him.
Will you tell me something about...
I
mean, where you're from. What sort of life you had before.
I'm a novice, and my monastic name is Lucas. Nothing.
Come on. Is there really nothing at all you can tell me?
I could, but I don't want to. I'm sorry. I want to stay focused on work. What has been isn't important for us. We cast the past aside when we walked through the monastery gates and took our oath. Never forget that.
If you could, who would you vote for to be the abbot?
But I can't vote, so what's the point of worry? Ask Antony.
I'd like to ask you... Are there any rifts between...
Yes. From the moment talk began about electing...
Tell me something about...
Abbot Peter is old. When he dies, they'll have to select...
Well, that's all.
The abbot should always remember what he is and what he is called, and should know that to whom...
Praise be to Christ, brother.
From him, more is required.
I'd be interested to hear what you think about the...
of persons in the monastery. Let him not love one more than another.
What about your dog?
One whom he finds better in good work.
Be on good terms with him. If you show even the slightest hint you don't like him, he'll make your life hell. He's a slimy little pedant who'll rat you out to the superiors. Once he finishes his novitiate, I imagine he'll want to climb his way up the ladder to at least Sir Cato. He's a man who enjoys ordering others around.
I'm interested in Lucas.
No one knows much about him. He doesn't talk to anyone. He works, eats. It's as if he wanted to get it all over with as soon as possible. By it, I mean his entire life.
Knowing that it is written, the fool is not
That's
corrected
all.
with words. And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul from death.
What would you like?
The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on daily manual labor. Idle.
Can you tell me...
I would if there was anything noteworthy to say. But I'm just...
Why did you join the monastery?
Because it was better than living in poverty. As the youngest son, I'm not entitled to inherit my father's estate. And you know what? I'm glad to be here. It's
I'm interested in the... What can you tell me about...
Oh, he's always got a smile on the new friend. I'm surprised.
Sounds like you...
I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Believe me, Gregor. He's hiding.
Do you know anything...
Only that he came to the monastery voluntarily, because he didn't want to work in his father's shop. Antonius is all right. He's always happy to help, which is more than...
I'm interested in...
Nobody knows much about Lucas. He keeps himself to himself. If you ask...
Do you have any grounds for suspecting?
Quite a lot. And also none at all. The circators who make the rounds despise him, and they never punish anyone without cause.
The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on daily manual labor. Idleness is the enemy of the soul. Therefore, the brethren should be occupied at certain times.
What is it, brother?
Labor, and again at fixed hours in sacred reading. To that end, we think that the times for each may be prescribed.
I'm still...
It's no big terrible secret, really.
When they come out from prime in the morning,
Actually,
at whatever is necessary until
I'd be interested...
And from the fourth hour,
I'm interested in Yoda.
What could interest you about him? He's a no-good rat. He'll turn you in for the price of a turnip. I'd bet my life that if he wasn't here, he'd be a human scout, bowing and scraping for a few groschen.
That doesn't sound too flattering.
It wasn't meant to. No matter what you do here, watch out for him. He's got his eye on everyone, and he'll rat on you for even the slightest of infractions.
What can you tell me about Lucas?
It's a tricky situation with Lucas. No one really knows anything about him. I've tried so...
That's all. Thanks.
Must be taken into consideration by the abbot. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings. The first degree of humility is obedience. This is the virtue of those who hold nothing dearer than Christ, who, because of the whole and the fear of hell, the glory of life everlasting, as soon as anything...
What troubles you?
I'm looking for some...
And what?
I'm looking for...
Lock pick?
I'd like to...
Say it. I'll trade them.
Saint Benedict.
Let's talk about the price.
The first degree of humility is obedience without delay. This is the virtue of those who hold nothing dearer to them than Christ, who, because of the holy service they have professed, and the fear of hell, and the glory
What do you say?
everlasting,
You won't convince me with it.
anything has been ordered by the superior, receive it as a divine
Agree?
and cannot
Come now.
delay in executing. But this very obedience will be
Aye.
accepted by God and pleasing to men only if what is commanded is done without hesitation. Who sees that his heart is murmuring, and far from gaining a reward and make satisfaction. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the spirit of silence. Let us do what the prophet says.
Brother,
I will guard my ways, that I may
what are
not
you
speak
doing
my
here?
tongue.
Shouldn't you be working somewhere?
I was mute and was humbled and kept silence even from good things.
I definitely was there. I did come a little late, so...
Really?
Times to refrain even from
Fine then. This time I will forgive you, but...
the punishment for sin make us avoid evil words.
I'd like to ask...
Therefore, since the spirit of silence is so important, permission to speak should rarely be granted even to perfect disciples. Even
You've got a strong constitution.
What happened?
Let me tell you a little story. Once upon a time, there was a young boy. He was lost and miserable. He had no future. He was tempted by his friends into doing some foolish things, but he wasn't truly bad, because when it came down to it, he ran away rather than keep doing foolish deeds. His former friends didn't take kindly to that, though, and wanted to punish him. So they sent a hunting dog to find him and rip his throat. The boy wasn't stupid, though, and he knew that the hound was coming. He poisoned some food, and when the hound showed up, he gave it to him. He didn't expect the beast to live, but it did. And all of a sudden the boy was sorry for what he tried to do. So he offered to make a bargain with the hound.
I think I understand you. But the beast would need to know what deal he's being offered.
You know, we're both pawns in someone else's game. They have plans for us, but we don't have to let them use us. We can just forget all about it and go our own way. I was a bandit, and I was at Nyhoff. I've robbed and stolen, but I swear to God I've never in my life slain innocent people. What I saw at Nyhoff made me realize my life was worth shit, but I still had a chance to change for the better. Here in the monastery I've had plenty of time to think things over, but then you showed up and fucked it all up.
So the evildoer changes his ways and finds God. And what exactly are you proposing?
Both of us can leave this place. You can go back to your people, and I can go somewhere where I can live out my life in peace, and no one will try to kill me. If we work together, we can both get what we want.
What if I wanted a different option?
You could kill another novice, I suppose. If news of the murder got out from the monastery, my former friends might believe I'm dead. But I'm offering you a solution that doesn't require any killing. Before we make a run for it, we'll make it look like someone's killed me. Loads of blood, a tattered scrap of my habit, and footprints leading towards the river. No one will bother looking for my body there. There we'll split up. You go for your bounty, and I'll get as far away from here as I can.
Good. Let's do it your way.
Good. I'm glad that despite our initial discord, we could reach an agreement. Here, take something to calm your stomach. Now we'll need the keys to the monastery and some blood.
What are you going to do?
I need to get ready for a long journey. Prepare supplies, get some normal clothing somehow.
What do I need the keys to the monastery for?
How else will we get out? This place...
Getting the keys won't be easy.
I know, but Brother Salarius is a reformed thief. I'll bet he still has... Or there's the hard way. Steal the keys from the prior. He carries them with him at all times.
They both sound hard to me. But needs mo... And where am I supposed to get my hands on...
You'll find a parchment in the kitchen with a list of ingredients on it. All the things they're ordering. Add blood for making soup to the list. And when it's delivered the next day, take it before anyone notices it's even come.
All right, that's everything I need to know.
Excellent. Come and see me once you have everything. And Gregor...
This looks like the dregs after a night's drinking. Who could be coming here?
Praise be to Christ.
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. There's the alchemy. Today's task, 2 cockle. Once you finish them, you'll find me somewhere nearby. Don't forget to let me know when you're done so I can check them. What do you desire, brother?
I've finished my work.
Show me what you've made. Brother, what will become of you? Oh, well. What do you desire? Peace be with you.
Things will get worse. I can feel it in my joints.
The things you say.
My joints started aching just before they raised scallops, and now they hurt again.
Pete, what is it, brother?
Is there any...
What would you like to do? Climb up the tower and shout?
Not exactly.
John isn't my opponent, he's my... But there is something you could...
That doesn't sound like...
Pity?
I'd like...
Brother, what are you doing here?
I was feeling a bit...
Really? I'll pretend nothing happened. Brother Nevlis says that you didn't finish your work in the herb...
I had other affairs that needed to be...
Really? I'll pretend nothing happened.
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
I'm here to work.
Good. This is most likely the first time you've ever done this. Here's the original, and here are the blank parchments on which you'll copy what you read in the original. Is that clear? Then you may begin. No, I can't. Praise be to Christ.
The forbidden books must be in that cabinet.
What's inside? Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them. contains forbidden books. Don't.
What is it, brother?
I'm Gregor.
I know. But I've no time for idle chat. I transcribe books from
What, you do nothing else?
It is my penance and my blessing. And now, brother, if you...
have we here? That's it. The book with information about the novices. Interesting. But I still don't know which one of them is pious.
Don't even look at that.
Talk to me, brother.
Praise be to Christ, but...
What was I supposed to...
Christ almighty! How many holes do you have in that head of yours? The keys to the monastery?
Ah, Gregor.
Listen, there's something I ought to tell you.
Ha! I knew it! He's a... it's better not to ask, isn't it?
Never mind that. Who's a villain?
That's Siskin. I always thought he was an odd one, the way he carries on. But now it makes perfect sense.
You mean his not going to morning prayers?
So you noticed that too?
You've got the wrong end of the stick.
You think so? He definitely acts like a criminal.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
What are you going to do to that?
That's not your concern.
You should talk to the Circators or the Prior about...
I've read the abbot's book. It says in there that you're not as saintly as you make out.
You broke into the abbot's quarters to spy on me? You won't get...
I wasn't interested in your opinion about what I did. What interests me is you and what the book has to say about you.
I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm going to...
Just try it, and I'll smack you so hard your feet won't touch the ground.
No, don't hit me.
Drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the abbot. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the spirit of silence. Let us do what the prophet says. I said, I will guard my ways, that I may not sin with my tongue. I have set a guard to my mouth. I was mute and was humbled and kept silence even from good things. Here the prophet shows that if the spirit of silence ought to lead us at times to refrain even from good speech, so much the more ought the punishment for sin make us avoid evil words. Therefore, since this spirit of silence is so important, permission to speak should rarely be granted even to perfect disciples.
Talk to me, brother.
For good, holy, edifying conversation. For it is written, in much speaking you will not escape...
I'm still curious about...
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't.
Actually, will you tell me something about...
Look, nothing against you.
Very well.
Thank you.
It should be asked with all the humility and submission inspired by reverence. But as for coarse jests and idle words or words used for laughter, the rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching. That is to say, he should show them all that is good and holy.
There's something I should tell you.
Even more than by his words.
Looking for someone?
But I am a novice.
Why would you be looking amongst monks? You know the law.
I'm looking for a footpad who's hiding out here in the monastery.
I heard something about that.
Because you could help me.
Yeah. Can't be. Have you told the prior?
Talk to him. Do you have any idea which of the novices could be the impostor I'm looking for?
I don't know, and I don't care to know. I wish you'd...
One whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but since he has the
I've heard that you...
let him cut out those faults by the roots.
I read it in the abbot's book.
What? The abbot's book is locked up in his chambers, and he'd never allow anyone to read it. Did you break in?
I was looking for something else, but I just happened to come across your...
No matter what you were looking for, you crossed a line that shouldn't be crossed. Don't worry, Yes, you can call me a sodomite, a sinner, a monster, the spawn of Satan. But tell me this, Gregor. Can I help the way I am? Like I tell you, it's a
The fool is not corrected with words. And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul from death.
God didn't create you with such thoughts, brother.
The rule of Saint Benedict.
I hoped you were different from the others. That you'd... I swear to God, I've never lain with another man. I've never sinned. When my father my guilt had been consuming me, and I knew in the monastery I'd find peace. The Lord sees my soul, and he knows it's pure.
Commandments in words to the intelligent among his disciples.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
There's nothing I can tell you.
I mean, where you're from, what sort of life you had before, that sort of thing.
I'm a novice, and my monastic name is Lucas.
From him, more is required.
You see, I'm looking for someone here.
You're looking for someone? But you're a novice, aren't you?
I am a novice. At least until I find the man I'm looking for.
Why would you be looking amongst monks? You know,
I'm looking for a footpad who's hiding out here in the monastery. He had a hand in raising the noise.
I heard something about that.
Because you could help me.
Remembering the fate of Kelly, the priest of Silo. The well-disposed and those of good understanding, let him correct.
It won't be easy to drag this criminal away from the protect.
Do you have any idea?
I don't know. And
disobedient characters, he should curb at the very beginning of their ill-doing by stripes and other sorry punishments. Knowing that it is written, the fool is not corrected with words. And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul from death. Readings on daily manual labor. Idleness is the enemy of the soul. Therefore, the brethren should be occupied at certain times in manual labor, and again at fixed hours in sacred reading. To that end, we think that the times for each may be prescribed as follows. From Easter until the calends of October. When they come out from prime in the morning, let them labor at whatever is necessary until about the 4th hour. And from the 4th hour until about the 6th, let them apply...
What troubles you?
After the 6th hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds in perfect silence.
I thought long and hard.
Perhaps wanted to read, let him read to himself in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none be said rather early, at the middle of the 8th hour, and let them again do what work has to be done until Vespers. Weak or sickly brethren should be assigned a task or craft of such a nature as to keep them from idleness, and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the abbot. Anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none be said rather early, in the middle of the 8th hour. Let them again do what work has to be done until Vespers. Weak or sickly brethren.
Things will get worse. I can feel it in my joints.
Things you say.
My joints started aching just before they raised.
Someone really reaped that.
Praise be to Christ.
I'd like to ask...
What are you doing here? You're playing truant from the What are you doing here?
I'm not. Hey.
A monk's got. What are you doing here? You're playing truant from the monastery, huh?
Why are you waking me? Go away!
cease this disgraceful behavior.
What do we have here? A nice sharp dagger. Now what would a monk need that for?
What do you want here? That stuff's... I suppose you found it now anyway. It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. I mean, at other times I don't get to read what I like. And I keep it under the slab so the others don't find it.
What kind of a book is it?
I found it here in the library. It was on a shelf where it should... It's the Necronomicon. Who knows what it means? I tried to count the syllables.
Oh. I'm not too sure what the prior or the Cicator would say about a book like that. Actually, what anyone would say. It sounds quite... prohibited.
Ah, prejudice. But you're
right.
Oh, I'm glad you agree. Just take a look at the book. Just please don't tell anyone about the book. If the brothers learn that I took it from the library and hid it, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Our brothers' minds are...
There's a lot of coin in the stash. You have to admit it looks suspicious.
I admit it might look that way. But if I tell you what I'm hiding from everybody, I think you'll understand why. I hate to think of all I lost when they stuck me in here. And also because I really hate the question, aren't you the son of the famed Sir Smil Flashka Pardubitz? I was rich and I had everything. But then my father began to feel his time approaching, so he decided to send a son to the monastery. And, being the youngest, a lot fell on me. I've no head for managing the estate, and they said I'd squander it. Can you imagine? Me, in a monastery. So I took what coin I could from home with me, so I didn't lose out completely.
What about the dagger?
That's a memento of better times. Father gave me that when I was a little lad. And it's done right by me more than once, when I got drunk somewhere with the wrong sort of people.
Do you know how to fight?
And how? Boozing and brawling. God, how I miss that here.
That's all I wanted.
Please, keep it to yourself.
There's something I should tell you. I'm here to find someone, and,
What's he doing here?
They call him Pious because he used to be a priest. When he found out a lot of people were after him, he hid away here. And as you can see, escaped suspicion. They sent me here to find him and bring him to justice. He's one of the novices.
So we have one outlaw and one assassin in our midst. This place is a lot more exciting than I expected. Do you know who it is?
Well, that's just it. could be Antonius?
Antonius? He's a fine fellow. No, it can't be him. Although, you never know what's hiding beneath a man's skin.
See how hard it is? It could be anyone, and at the same time, nobody in particular. I won't tell you more, and I'd like you to keep silent about this too.
You're talking about killing in the monastery. I really should report.
Would you do that? I have a feeling you wouldn't.
You're right. I'll keep it to myself. I've got problems enough of my own without involving myself in yours. And besides, I mean to be gone from here within a year, so why should I care what happens with the monastery?
Thank you, Siskin.
This is not a good time for questions. This is not a good time for questions, brother.
I'm a new brother, a novice, Gregor.
Welcome amongst us. Yes. The Lord wanted me to take over the abbot's duties in his absence, but mainly I'm a servant of God, just like you and all the other brethren. Before God, there's no difference between us. How do you like it here?
It's wonderful here.
I'm glad to hear it. May your enthusiasm last.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. What can you
What can I say? You're here to demonstrate your
I meant something specific.
But you know them yourself. Antonius is hard-working and...
I'd like to... Who's in charge?
Abbot Peter is the administrator of the monastery, but you won't see him. He's always traveling, and on top of that, he's old.
And what happens when the old...
Then we elect a new one.
Will you tell me something?
Of course. Abbot Peter is old, and we're afraid he'll soon be with our Heavenly Father.
Anyone can become the abbot.
Precisely. I know that...
What do you desire?
I've discovered something about the wrong...
I see.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else...
I'd like to ask...
beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul from death. The rule
Brother?
of Saint Benedict.
Stealing is a sin. You should know that.
The first degree of humility is obedience without delay.
Very well,
This
brother.
is the virtue of
Now,
those who
show me
know
what you
nothing
have on you.
nearer to them than
I'm-
Christ.
Peace be.
Novices have no business here.
Warmness, grumbling, or objection. For the obedience given to superiors is given to God. For if the
Get away from our cabinet. The book's stood in there after all.
Brother? Brother Cyril mentioned that you didn't submit your...
You're right, brother.
This is your first warning. You were somewhere you shouldn't have...
Very well.
Now, Shem...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Unless it be one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but, since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as they begin to appear. Remembering the fate of Heli, the priest of Sila, the well-disposed and those of good understanding, let him correct with verbal admonition the first and second time. But hold
What would you like?
Peace be with you, brother.
What would you like?
I found it.
Wonderful.
Don't even look at that cabinet. It contains forbidden books.
God be with you. What would you like?
I'm here.
Can you read at all? I've...
You're interested in what's inside? Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them.
Peace be with you, brother.
Times for each may be prescribed as follows. What troubles you?
I have all the pages of the torn-up book. The Art of Love can go back to the library.
Oh, brother, you can't even imagine how happy you've made me. Since you're clearly a true lover of books, I'll give you a reward I've never given another novice. I'll lend you the key to the cabinet containing forbidden books, and you can look at the peculiar things we've accumulated there. That cabinet's strictly off limits to novices, but you've earned my trust. I'm sure you'll recognize that those books contain nothing but dangerous gibberish, and there's a valuable lesson to be learned there.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate your trust. Is there anything I can do to help here?
I'm glad you asked. There's one thing, a silly thing, really. I haven't thought to mention it to anyone before, but not long ago, a brother brought me a crumpled piece of parchment. He says he found it rolled up in a hole in the wall.
Ovid? What is that? Is it the name of a book?
Not what, but who? Ovid was a great Roman poet. We have a few volumes by him in the library, but one of them vanished one day. Now I believe I can guess what happened. Brother Eustace, may the earth rest lightly on him, was quite narrow-minded when it came to classical literature. If a book had any mention of woman at all, he condemned it as a heretical work. If he'd had his way, all such books would have been burned. Ovid's The Art of Love must have been such a thorn in his side that he stole it from the library, tore it up, and hid the pages wherever he could.
I'd like to ask you...
The Rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the act. Therefore,
Stop, Gregor.
Disciples with a twofold teaching. That is to say, he should...
Brother. Brother Nevlis says that you didn't finish your...
You're right, brother.
This is your first warning.
And what he is called, and should know that more is from him more is required. Let him make no distinction of persons in the monastery. Let him not love one more than another, unless it be one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but, since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as they begin to appear. Remembering the fate of Heli, the priest of Silo. The well-disposed and those of good understanding, let him correct with verbal admonition the first and second time. But bold, hard, proud, and disobedient characters he should curb at the very beginning of their ill-doing by stripes and other bodily punishments, knowing that it is written, the fool is not corrected with words. And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul from death. The Rule of Saint Benedict, Readings on Humility. The first degree of humility is obedience without delay.
What troubles you?
I'm interested in the other. What can you tell?
Oh, he's always got a smile on the new friend. I'm surprised yet.
Sounds like you don't.
No, I don't. He isn't.
I'd like to ask you.
For the obedience given to superiors is given to God. For if the disciple obeys with an ill will and not necessarily with his lips, but simply in his heart, then even though he fulfills the command, yet his work will not be acceptable to God, who sees that his heart is murmuring, and far from gaining a reward for such work as this, he will incur the punishment due to murmurers, unless he amend.
I'd like to ask.
Cretaceous morsels for themselves, and give us the slop that's left.
Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bonet voluntatis.
Abbot Peter's health is deteriorating. They say he won't make it to the autumn.
No,
But I want change, and only a new abbot.
Brother,
Is he
this
with
isn't
you?
the place we use. Just before they raised scallops, and now they hunt again. Worse than that. God would be our protector. Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
he was stopping about
I'll say one thing, brother. You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or swear you won't tell a soul. You won't want to end up like Lucas now, would you?
All right. I wouldn't mind some wine.
That's more like it. Sit down and have a drink, my lad. What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
I'd like to ask you...
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been.
Very well, brother.
Now, brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't you know your place? Don't you know where you're permitted to enter and where you're
I've had enough.
You dare resist punishment?
Yes, brother.
You failed to complete... Nonsense.
Peace be with you, brother.
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been.
I've had enough.
You dare... Nonsense, it's perfectly drinkable.
No, it isn't. It's sour.
You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or swear you won't tell a soul. You won't want to end up like Lucas now, would you?
All right. I wouldn't mind some wine.
That's more like it. Sit down and have a drink, my lad. Praise be to Christ, brother.
I found these stashed in the monastery, so I'm handing them over.
This is pure heresy. Now I need to find out who had the temerity to hide such a satanic thing here. It's best the book goes under lock and key straight away. Thank you, brother, for acting so commendably.
That's everything.
Do you know who might have been hiding it?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Never mind. Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have.
I've had...
You dare resist? Quite right, brother. Just sit down and drink with us. When the wine runs out...
What are you doing here?
What does it look like? Drink?
But we're all monks.
Youngster, when you're as old...
But you're the cicators. You're the ones meant to be keeping order here. How can gambling and drinking be a fitting part of a monk's life?
If you really want to know, see for yourself.
All right. Have it your way.
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't...
Very well.
Now, show me what you have on you. I must confiscate. Quite right, brother. Just sit down and drink with us. When the wine runs out, Yuruk will fetch more. Talk to me, brother.
Salve, Domino.
I found these stashed in the monasteries.
This is pure heresy.
That's everything.
Do you know whom...
I'm sorry, I don't.
Never mind. I'll say one thing.
What troubles you?
I'd like to ask... Nevlis wanted me to steal a forbidden book from the library.
Really? Oh, this must be a dream.
What was that writer called? Avicenna.
What? That dirty louse thinks he can steal magic books and use them to curse good Christians? Well,
I don't think it's really like that. It was a medicinal book, and Nevlis had good intentions.
brother, if the book is forbidden, there is a good reason for it. Forbidden books are full... There's no excuse for reading them, let alone stealing them from where they've been safely hidden away. Nevlis has committed a grave offence. But listen, brother, for the time being, keep it to yourself. Now, you've helped me greatly, but I'll save it for when Nevlis begins elbowing his way into... The power of truth is greatest when it's...
As you wish. I'm glad I could help.
I won't forget.
What are you doing here?
What does it look like?
But we're all monks.
Yeah.
Why not? I've had enough opprobria and obedientia for one day.
That's what we like to hear.
Let's drink.
That's the idea. And what should we drink to?
How about to the abbot?
To the abbot it is. But wait a minute, lad. Which one?
To Abbot John.
That's more like it.
You mentioned Yodok. What does he do for you?
Well, nothing much. He's just a little suckling like you. He'll do whatever it takes to stay on our good side. Sometimes we make use of him when there are errands to run.
Where'd you get the wine from? I thought the monastery cellars were guarded.
So they are. But this wine isn't from the monastery. Listen, lad, would you help us out with something? This cask is almost empty and we need a new one. We're a bit old for such exertions, but you, on the other hand...
I'll help you. What do I need to do?
Ha! I knew it. Help Novice Yorick arrange for a new cask. Talk to him first thing in the morning, and by tomorrow night, the cask can be on the table.
All right, I'll talk to him. Let's drink.
That's the idea.
How about to the abbot?
To the abbot it is. But...
To Peter.
So, to Peter. He's done so much for us, but his time...
I'll be going, brothers. It's been good to sit with...
Do us a favour, brother. Stay a little longer and have another drink.
Oh, all right. But that's the last cup. Let's play.
Just the man we've been waiting for.
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't you know your...
Very well, brother.
Now,
Someday, he will.
But as for coarse jests and idle words, or words that move to
Ah, Gregor.
these we condemn everywhere with a perpetual ban. And for such
I was talking last night with the brother Cicatus. It seems you're to fetch them a cask of wine.
The rule of Saint
Like
Benedict.
last time.
Hey, well...
Therefore, when anyone
Yes,
receives the name of
it's
abbot,
true.
he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching.
I'd like to
That
help
is
you.
Say, he should show them all that is good and holy.
Would you really do
by
it?
his deeds even more
To get
by
hold
his
of the
words,
wine, we'll have to leave the
expounding
monastery
Lord's
for a bit.
commandments in
And I
words
know it's
to be
forbidden,
intelligent among
but we've
his
no other
disciples.
option. If wine started going missing
divine
here,
precepts
someone
by his
would
actions
notice.
for those of
But to
harder
leave the
hearts
monastery, we need the
and ruder
keys.
minds.
And only the prior has those.
Always remember
Wait a
what
moment.
he is
Are you
and
saying
what
I'm
he is
supposed to
called.
steal the prior's
should
keys
know that to
so I can go and steal
war
wine
is
somewhere else?
From him,
You see why I don't want to do it myself now,
let him
do
make
you?
no distinction of
I don't have what it
persons in the
takes.
monastery.
I can't get those keys, but you could.
Unless it
Oh,
be
or you
one
might be able
whom
to
he
pick the
finds
locks.
better in good
But you've
works
done it once
or in
before, haven't you?
obedience. And let
Last
him
time
not
the
shut
prior
his
was
eyes
sick,
to the faults
and
of
he left the
offenders,
monastery keys in the
but
Sir Cater's
since he
care.
has the authority,
So they
let him
unlocked the
cut
gates
out
for me.
those faults by the roots
This time
as
we'll have to
soon as
steal
they
the
begin
keys.
to appear. Remembering the fate of
How can I get hold of the keys, do you think?
I don't know, but it might be possible to do this without them. Brother Celerius, the cellar keeper, used to be a burglar.
Do you think he'll want to take part in theft?
No, but he could give some advice, or maybe... Once you have the key or some lockpicks, come and see...
Knowing that it is written, the fool is not corrupted
About those
with
keys.
words.
Did you get them? Key?
Beat your son with the rod.
Yes,
and you will
I have.
deliver his
In that
soul
case,
from death.
come before midnight to the cloister garden. I'll be waiting.
The Rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on Humility. The first degree of humility is obedience without delay. This is the virtue of those who hold nothing dearer to them than Christ, who, because of the holy service they have professed, and the fear
What do you desire, Brother Greg?
glory of life everlasting,
I'd like...
as soon as anything has been ordered by the superior, receive it as a divine command and cannot suffer any delay in executing it. But this very obedience will be acceptable to God and pleasing to men only if what is commanded is done without hesitation. Delay, lukewarmness, grumbling, or objection. For the obedience given to superiors is given to God. For if the disciple obeys with an ill will and murmurs, not necessarily with his lips, but simply in his heart, then even though he fulfills the command, yet his work...
What do you desire, brother?
Who sees that his heart is murmuring.
I've discovered something about the wrong...
I see.
The Circators go into the cellar at night to drink wine.
I thought so. John always reeks of it. And he wants to be abbot. Hypocrite. Perhaps if you told the prior, that would clip John's wings.
The name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching.
Brother Yodok has been stealing wine for the Circators so they can drink.
Yodok? Well, that little rat's shown his true colours. Do you know where he's stealing it from?
I don't know, unfortunately.
No matter. You've brought me important information.
Brother Siskin is hiding treasure he owned before he became a monk.
It doesn't surprise me. It's not the first time that's happened, and it won't be the last. I wouldn't punish him, but you can talk.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else, come to me.
One more than another, unless it be one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but
What would you like?
The authority, let him cut out those faults by the
I'd
roots
like-
as soon as they begin to appear. Remembering the fate of Heli, the priest of Siloam, the well-disposed and those of good understanding, let him correct with verbal admonition the first and second time. But bold, hard, proud, and disobedient characters he should curb at the very beginning of the...
Oh, you're interested in what's inside? Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them. What troubles you?
I'd like to...
Can't you see I'm working?
lukewarmness, grumbling, or objection. For the obedience given to superiors,
Praise be to
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. There's the... I want you to prepare 2 marigold. Once you finish them, you'll find... Ah,
I finished my work.
Show me what you've... Spectacular, Gregor. You've found your talent. Soon enough, you'll be teaching the other novices.
Praise be to Christ.
I'm here to work.
Excellent.
Oh, this is quite an excuse.
Servus.
I've read one of the manuscripts copied by one of the novices. I think I'm going to cry.
Right, it's that touching, is it?
Touching? More like infuriating. A horrible, abominable waste of parchment. Young people have no respect for writing these days.
But they'll learn. We were no different.
Salve Domine.
Talk to me, brother.
Here I am.
Just in time to manage it all. Once we're outside, we'll need to be careful, and we'll need to be quick. If we're not back before sunrise, someone will realize we've gone, and there'll be hell to pay.
Where exactly are we going for the wine?
Next to the monastery is the house of the custodian, a baron who provides military protection to the monastery. We'll take the wine from him.
Why go to all that trouble? Aren't the monastery wine cellars full?
They are. But Brother Solarius keeps records of all the casks, and the prior checks them. They'd investigate if any went missing. Whereas, if someone outside loses the odd cask, they're not going to suspect us monks.
That does sound reasonable. How do we do that once we're there? Will we need to break into the custodian's cellar?
We needn't break in anywhere. It's on the ground floor and usually unlocked. It holds supplies for the whole craftsman's yard, and every now and again, someone comes in to fetch something. The only thing we have to make sure is that nobody sees us.
What particular wine are the cicadas after?
They want some Znaimo wine. But there's no way we'll be able to tell what's what. We'll just grab a cask and head off. I doubt the custodian would have anything of poor quality in his cellar.
The brothers will complain.
They'll complain even more if they've nothing to drink at all.
I'm ready. We can head off.
All right. You have the outside keys, so get unlocking. Wonderful. Now you have to be quick. Go, and don't let anyone see you or there'll be trouble.
Wait, what do you mean I have to be quick? Aren't we going together?
You know, it's better if I stay here.
This isn't what we agreed. Either we both go or no one goes.
Oh, come on, Gregor. Don't be like that. The circators are waiting for their wine. You don't want to let them down.
All right, then.
Wonderful. Good luck, Gregor. I'll wait here for you. What troubles you?
Who's there? What's going on there?
What's that?
Vessels with quicksilver in them.
You're a fine fellow. Show us what you've been hiding.
Turnipy nose, just the slightest hint of rat droppings. Not too lardy, like the last one. Nice sharp elbows. It's not Olomouc, nor Znojmo either. But as John says, drinkable enough. Thank you, brothers. And now sit down and share a cup with us.
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
Let's drink.
That's the idea. And what...
How about to the abbot?
To the abbot it is.
To Peter.
So, to Peter.
Let's drink.
That's the idea.
How about to the abbot?
To the abbot.
To Abbot John.
That's more like...
Let's drink.
That's the idea.
How about to the abbot?
To the abbot.
To Peter.
So.
Let's play.
Just the man we've been waiting. Down the hatch.
Every gulp a treat, isn't that the truth?
No wonder. With our throats going dry all day.
Next time we'll get Yoda to bring us some rye wine. I'm losing my taste.
Why doesn't Yodak drink with us, anyway?
He's young, and he wants to look good in front of the others. And he doesn't... What troubles you?
About you.
Ask me anything you...
I'd like to help you.
I am convinced Nevlus must have done something that would greatly damage him if ever...
So, I should dig something up on him?
Exactly. But I doubt you'll have any luck. Nevlus is too cunning and careful to give any...
I'm sorry, but that doesn't seem right to me.
He who aids a sinner sins himself. I shall pray for your soul, brother.
Thank you for answering. I'd like to ask you... Can you leave?
Where would you go? You've ever...
Can you tell me...
7 centuries ago, St. Benedict, the fundamental precept...
Do you never want to know what...
And what should be going on?
I'm interested...
Well, it was founded by St. Procopius 500 years ago. After...
Heretics, you say?
They wanted to worship God with...
I'll say one thing, brother. This wine is
Why are you waking me? Go away. No.
That is to say, he should show them all that is good and holy. Ah, great. The rule of Saint Benedict. Rest on their beds in perfect silence, or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none be said rather early, at the middle of the 8th hour, and let them again do what work has to be done until vespers. Weak Or sickly brethren should be assigned a task or craft of such a nature as to keep them from idleness and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the...
In the night, I overheard the cicadas in the cellar.
Oh, no. So it's still not over. This isn't a life in service of God. This is purgatory.
Lucas, what's going on?
What do you think? Just like you, I saw the cicadas drinking and playing hazard as if they were in a brothel.
Here the prophet shows that if the spirit of silence ought to...
You should have joined them.
Join them in their sinful pursuits. Yes, perhaps I should have. But I refuse to do it.
I warned them if they didn't stop, I'd go and tell the prior. But instead of mending their ways, they vented their anger on me.
You've picked the wrong people to make enemies of, Lucas, they told me. Now I can't even count how many days and nights I've spent locked up in solitary confinement for the tiniest offences, or for no offence at all.
Is there something I can do to help?
Would you? I think all it might take is for you to go and sit down with them. Have a talk, set things straight. Then they'd leave me alone. But I'm afraid even this path leads nowhere. They'd probably start hounding you as well.
I'm not afraid of them.
Brother, you have the courage I lack. May the grace of God be upon you.
Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching. That is to say, he should show them all that is good and holy by his deeds.
Praise be to Christ, brother.
Expounding the Lord's commandments in words.
Brother Cicada, my friend.
What would you like? To be relieved from duties?
No, I'm here because of novice Lucas. I've heard there's some discord with him.
Only because that weasel wants to put an end to our nighttime fun. So, we're letting him know who's in charge here.
I'd appreciate it if you treat him like a brother again.
Well, if he isn't afraid of us, there's nothing to stop him ratting us out. But what do you care anyway? Grown fond of him, have you?
He hates you because you trample all over him and he has nothing to lose. If you show him just a bit of kindness, he'll think again about taking you on. You'll see.
Fine, you've convinced me. You can tell him things have been straightened out, but he'd better be on his best behavior from now on. Beware of Lucas. He might corrupt you.
What do you mean?
He's a sodomite, a sinner. He might try to get you into the habit. Or out of it.
Knowing that it is written, the fool is not corrected with words.
I didn't know that. Thanks for the warning.
And you will deliver his soul from death. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot...
I spoke to the cicadas about how they've been treating you.
Really? Did you manage to convince them to leave me alone?
All that is good and holy, by his deeds even more than by his words. Expounding the Lord's...
But you have to promise not to tell anyone what you saw them doing. Then they'll leave you alone.
That's a promise I'd be glad to make. I'm forever in your debt, brother. Because now I know I can trust you. There's something I want to tell you. It's about Brother Antonius. I wouldn't like to say something that isn't true. God forbid I should cause harm by my words, but this is something I'm sure of. Novice Antonius is lying to us.
What makes you say that?
He claims he's a merchant's son from Vlachim, and that he joined the order voluntarily. The thing is, I spent a great deal of time in Vlachim. I know it like the back of my hand, and no one even remotely like Antonius has ever lived there.
Are you sure? Because this could mean that...
It's true, or Canute isn't my name. That would be my secular name, by the way, but that's not important. I know Vlachim, and I know the local merchants there, and I've never seen Antonius among them. Why would he be lying if he had nothing to hide?
Thank you for telling me. I'll look into it.
knowing that it is written, the fool is not corrected with words. And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will
Talk to me, brother.
from death. The rule of Saint Benedict.
I've heard you're from Vlashim.
Yes, why do you ask? And more importantly, where did you hear it? Since I'm quite sure I've never told you. Honestly, the monks like to gossip more than old wives at the market.
Because I've heard otherwise. You aren't from Vlashim. You made it all up.
And who told you that? Whoever it was, he's a liar. It's complete nonsense.
I've heard you're from Vlashim.
Yes, why do you ask?
I've read the abbot's book. It's got everything he knows about...
Why? Why would you do that?
It was pure chance.
Pure chance? You had to break into his study to get it. Do you have any idea how they'll punish you for that?
That's beside the point now. There are gaps in your little story about Vlashim.
What's so implausible about it? I've always been more interested in books, so I left my brother the shop and came here to live a good life.
Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a...
You see, I'm looking for someone in the monastery. Someone who's lied about who he is. And you fit that description perfectly.
But I told you, I've never lied.
That's funny. I think you're lying to me right now.
Do you think you're entitled to met out justice? Who gave you the right? I'm sorry, but I don't want to have anything more...
Abbot should always remember what he is and what he is called.
Please don't tell him anything. It will put my whole mission in jeopardy. And believe...
Very well, I won't say a word. But you should think twice about what you have...
Let him not love one more than another, unless it be one
What would you like?
who finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not...
I found a dagger in your stash.
And why shouldn't you have? I did hide it there after all.
Cut out those faults by the roots as soon as they begin to appear.
Well then, I have a question for you. I think you know what it is. What does a monk need a dagger for?
That dagger's the only thing I have left of my father. It was in our old shop, under the counter. Father kept it there to protect himself from thieves. When I was little, I admired that dagger so much. I asked Father if he could...
Go on, please.
Now Father's dead and I'm here. That piece of steel is the only thing I have left from the outside world. I know it's not suitable for a monk, but I can't part with it. So now you know everything. Are you satisfied?
I've heard you're from
Yes, why do you ask?
He ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching.
I've read the abbot's book.
He should show
Why?
all that is good
What?
and holy by his deeds even more than by his words.
That doesn't matter. What matters is the abbot doesn't believe your little fairy tale either.
What's so implausible about it? I've always been more interested in...
You see, I'm looking for someone in the monastery.
But I told you...
That's funny.
Do you think you're entitled to met out justice?
From him, more is required. Let him make no distinction of persons...
If you so much as open your...
Let him not
Then
love
what?
one more than
You
another,
think you can...
unless it be one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let
Praise
him
be to
not
Christ,
shut
brother.
his eyes to the faults of offenders.
I have everything we...
Since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as...
Excellent. Straight after Vespers, we'll meet in the dormitory. We'll have to get it all done before the monks have finished dinner.
What exactly is your plan? And why can't we do it at night?
We're going to prepare a little riddle they'll never solve. And why at mealtime? Because we need the dormitory as well as the church to be empty. Then at night we'll escape. Do you follow? Take everything with you and don't forget the keys.
Good. Once evening mass ends, I'll be in the dormitory.
And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul from death. The rule of Saint Benedict, readings on humility. The first degree of humility is obedience without delay. This is the virtue of those who hold nothing dearer to them than Christ, who, because of the holy service they have professed, and fear of hell, and the glory of life everlasting. As soon as anything has been ordered by the superior, receive it as a divine command and cannot suffer any delay in execution. But this very obedience will be
Gregor.
acceptable to God and pleasing to men only if what is commanded is done.
I'm still curious. It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during service.
For the obedience given to superiors is given to God. For if the disciple obeys with an ill will and learns, not necessarily with his lips,
I'll leave you be.
his heart,
Thank you. And please, Gregor.
yet his work will not be acceptable to God, who sees that his heart is murmuring, and far from gaining a reward for such work as this, he will incur the punishment due to murmurers.
Praise be to Christ.
Praise be to Christ.
I've discovered something.
I see.
The older brothers are picking on novice Lucas. Punish.
It seems that now even brothers can't avoid worldly evil. Thank you for the information, and if you can, stand up for him. The older brothers are also out to get me. Any action I take, they'll try to use against me.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else, come to me. I'd be interested to hear it.
I've discovered something.
I see.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else, come to...
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. There's the... I want you to prepare two. Once you finish them, you'll find me somewhere. Praise be to Christ.
I finished my work.
Show me what you've... Spectacular, Gregor. You've found... Credo inum Deum, Patrem omnipotentum, Creatorem caeli et terrae.
Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem.
What would you like?
I'm here.
No, no, no.
Don't even look at that cabinet. It contains forbidden books.
Praise be to God. For a moment there I was worried you weren't coming. Give me that blood. This is the exact spot where you pushed me off the gallery. God be with you. And here's where you dragged my... What would you like? Thank you for helping me out. Now we must each go our own way.
I was glad to help. I did what I needed to do and no one got killed.
What will you do now?
Now, get the hell out of here. Steal the first horse I come across and ride until dawn, far, far away from here. I was thinking... Here, take this. Show it to those cutthroat bastards and tell them you found it on me. That should convince them. Especially when they hear about the outcry here after the fires found out we've gone.
Your lucky die?
In a manner of speaking. Hope it brings you more luck than it brought me. Thank you. Thank you for letting me live, Brother Gregor.
My name's Henry.
All right, Brother Henry. May God be with you.
monastery isn't large enough to get lost in. Where could our brother have gone to?
We've got the wine.
Ah, that divine nectar! You've no idea how well you've timed it. Our cask has just run dry. So, let's see what you brought.
We've got the wine.
Ah, that divine nectar! You've no idea how well the Africans... If he's not there, I'll have to believe he's run away.
I'm still...
It's no big terrible secret.
When did they see him last? At morning prayer? It's all so strange.
Has anyone found him yet? To disappear for so long.
What do they do in that place?
At morning prayer.
I mean, where you're from. I am. Talk deep. Well,
Talk to me, bro.
I'd like to. Can you leave?
Where would you go? You've everything you need here.
For the obedience given to superiors is given to God. For if the disciple obeys with an ill will and purpose, not necessarily with his lips, but simply with his heart, then even though...
What do you desire?
The older. That's. Can you.
Where would you go? You have every.
The rule of Saint Benedict. Reading from the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching. That is to say. Great.
Can you.
Where would you go? You have The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching.
What troubles you?
He should show them all that is good and holy, by his deeds even more than by his words, expounding the Lord's commandments in words to the intelligent among his disciples, but
Well then,
demonstrating the divine
daggers.
precepts by his actions for those of harder hearts
That's
and
enough.
ruder minds.
So now you know it.
Abbot should always remember what he is and what he is called, and should know that to
We're going to prepare a little riddle they'll never solve.
from him more
And why? Take everything with you, and don't forget the keys. Good.
persons in the monastery. Let him not love one more than
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery.
one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience.
Well, that's all.
And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but, since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon
Praise
as
be
they
to...
begin to appear.
I'd like to ask you,
Remembering the fate of Heli,
can you live
Where would you go?
well disposed in those who good understand,
Sort of.
let him correct
about you?
Ask me anything.
but bold, hard,
Thank you.
proud, and disobedient characters. He should
What is it, brother?
I'd like to ask. Can you?
Where would you go?
The rule of Saint Benedict, reading on humility. The first degree
Aha, great.
I'm looking for some.
And what?
I need to get hold.
Well, I can't help you with that.
I need to get.
You're not the only one. But I have to keep records of all the casks, and the prior checks on them.
No.
I'd like to ask. Who's in charge?
Abbot P.
And what?
Then.
Are there any
Yes, there. I see. So.
Well, yes.
That won't be easy, I can tell you that straight off.
Is there any other?
The door out of the monastery is like any other. Only the lock's more.
There's something else.
Brother,
not to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching. That is to say, he should show them all that is good and holy,
Talk to me, brother.
more by his words, expounding the Lord's commandments in words to the intelligent among his disciples.
What do you want me to find out?
I'd be interested to hear about any iniquity in the monastery.
Is there an?
What would you like to do? Climb up?
Not exactly.
John isn't my opponent, but there is some
That doesn't sound like.
pity.
I'd like to ask.
Unless it's one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but, since he remembering the fate of Heli, the priest of Sidon, the well-disposed and those of good understanding, let him correct with verbal admonition the first and second disobedient characters, he should curb at the very beginning of their ill will by stripes and other bodily punishments, knowing that it is written, "The fool is not corrected with words." And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul from death.
Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. A monk's got no thief.
What?
You thought I wouldn't find out? You didn't return.
But I.
How could you do that?
What are you doing here? You're playing truant from the monastery, aren't you?
A monk's got no business out here. What happened to your vows?